April 1973. Tragedy and despair have struck Central Texas. A young college student named Maria Flores has seemingly vanished without a trace. She was last seen near the town of Newt more than 2 weeks ago, but with no physical evidence, the investigation has stalled. With few leads and even less hope, Maria's younger sister Ana Flores and a group of her closest friends set out to find their missing loved one. But any grief or sadness caused by Maria's disappearance would pale in comparison to the agony and despair they would soon discover. What awaited this group of youths was a nightmare beyond belief. The events surrounding Maria's disappearance would be just one of the many bizarre crimes later known as the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Hello, fellow grave crawlers, and welcome to ZTV Games. I am Paiper Zombie, your host with you as always. And on today's episode, we are headed back to Texas for the first time in a while for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So, I actually meant to do this a while back, long time ago, way back when our newest family member and the newest victim got added. But there was some issues with the game that they had to iron out, so it just wasn't a good time to stream. And then by the time it got to be a good time to stream, they started talking about releasing another family member and another victim. So I said, okay, I'll just wait and I'll just do it then. Well, they took and they released the new victim, but the family member wasn't ready. So, that new family member will be arriving on the 18th of this month. So I figure we never did get to give our previous new family member their time in the spotlight. So let's go ahead and give it to them now, before the 18th, where we are going to have a hands-on experience with things. So, for those who don't know, the newest family member is Nancy. Now, who is Nancy? Nancy is actually Johnny's mother, and I'm using air quotes here. And the reason why is because ages ago, when Johnny was just a wee babe, his mother got lost with him and stopped at Nancy's house to ask for directions. When Nancy saw little Johnny, or baby Johnny, and just fell in love with him. So much in love that she wanted to take him. But how can you take a child from their mother? Easy. You kill the mother. So Nancy killed Johnny's real mother and took Johnny for her own. So she is the one who raised this one. So, and he's fully aware of the fact that Nancy did what she did. In fact, when they got into a fight, that's how Johnny got one of the scars on his face. So, at the time that Nancy was released, this was the victim that was released. And this is Danny. And as you can see, he's got some pretty good starting stats. A 30 in toughness, 25 in endurance, 15 in strength, so he could use a little power there, 35 in proficiency. That's ridiculous. And a 25 in stealth. Those sound like those should be Sonny's stats. However, those are his stats. What made Danny such a problem when he got released was not in the beginning. It was once people started to level him up. Because not only does Danny have some, like I said, pretty good starting stats, but he also has a phenomenal ability known as Tamper. What Tamper lets Danny do is, there is a perk that victims can grab. We'll look at Anna, because Anna can get this perk. And this perk is called... Where are you, darling? Okay, she can't get it. You messed it up, Anna. I know that she can get it. Because one of my specs, I have it on her. No. He can get it. Because I've got it on him. There's a perk, this perk right here, Saboteur. Basically, anytime you, the generator is turned off, the fuse box is turned off, or the steam pump is turned on, there's a 30-second wait before family can turn it back off or on. What Saboteur does is once you rank it up to rank 3, it means that now you have to wait 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds longer. That's on top of the 30 seconds you already have to wait. So at level 3, if somebody does something and they're using Saboteur, that guarantees you 1 minute before family can even touch it and turn it off. So this is already strong enough. What they decided to go out and do was give this one, I can't bring up his picture because I don't own him. What they decided to do was give his Tamper ability is Saboteur on crack. Basically, it allows him to, once he's built up enough knowledge, he can go and tamper one of those objectives. The steam pump, the battery, the generator, or the fuse box. And if he tampers one of those things, you cannot turn it back off at all. Now, some people will say that it's a time limit, but it's been tested out, and I've watched the test as they were being conducted, and let's just say it like this. It's at least 8 minutes or more before you can turn something back on once he tampers it. So you might as well say indefinitely. That's when they quit caring, once it reached 8 minutes and saw that it hadn't turned back on for their test, and they just skipped it and went off to something else to go test. So yeah, this is very strong, because he can basically, if he tampers something, it's open, or you can't close it, you can't turn it back off, and it's a free escape for the victims. So a lot of people started saying that Danny was pay to win, which, when you have an ability like that, and plus he's got unique perks that are unique to him, he only shares one particular perk with Virginia. But other than that, all his perks are unique to him. He's even got a perk that allows him complete immunity to poison. So that means he can just negate poor Sissy in anything that she has to do. But yeah, not a problem. Strong victim, right? Right. Overpowered victim. Only because of that ability. So Nancy, when they brought her into the program, she has an ability called Spy. And as you can see, it allows you to see through the eyes of one of the victims, revealing an approximate location. And that's exactly what it does. It allows you to see through the eyes of the victim. And then you can, once you can see through their eyes, it allows you to tell where they are to your other family members. Hello, Michael. Happy Sunday to you too. We are getting busy. Welcome to the stream. So that's pretty cool, but the ability is on a 1:45 cooldown. Now the bad news about this ability is that sounds strong, right? To be able to directly see where a victim is and what they're doing. Yeah, well, not until you get it all the way up to here, rank 3. Clear vision. When you use the spy ability before you get here, the picture is distorted and fuzzy. So it makes it hard to see and hard to decipher where it is. You could kind of get a general idea, but it's not like clear vision where you get to just see it perfectly. So that's the only thing that I gripe about when it comes to her ability, is that it should have been clear from the start. But once you get it up to here, trust me, it's pretty strong. It's not as strong as Cook being able to hear you, but being able to see an approximate location, especially when somebody is up to something, really helps. The bad news though is that it's random. You don't get to choose whose eyes you see through. It just picks somebody. So what you hope that it does is that it picks somebody who's trying to do a little something, so that you can alert the family and tell them, hey, we got somebody doing this. Get over there and fix that. Her other ability is that she's a trappist. Now, not like Hitchhiker, where his traps lock you down. Her traps are more of a barricade, like a mini barricade, and a hazard. Because if victims decide they just want to go through it anyway, it wraps barbed wire around their leg. And they have to, if they run, it causes them to, after so many steps, struggle with that barbed wire, and they have to get rid of it, or else it's going to keep interrupting everything that they're doing. The bad news is that she only gets 3 of those. But if you take this neat little perk called Pins and Needles and get it up to rank 3, level 3, it allows for placing a strand of barbed wire to have a 25% chance to not consume an inventory item. Now this sounds awesome, right? Once you see it in play, you're going to see it's not quite. 9 times out of 10, you wind up not even getting one. And one of the things that she can do is she can remove her traps and place them back down. And if you remove it, it becomes a part of your inventory again, so it gets back that 25% chance. But the thing about these chances is that each chance is independent of the previous chance, or the previous, or the next chance that comes after it. Each one is its own 25% chance. There's no bad luck protection, there's no nothing. So that's why it's completely possible to use all 3 traps and not get an extra one. Sissy even has that problem a little bit with Efficient Herbalist, and hers is at 75%. There's been plenty of times I've gone and used my herbs, and the first 3 herbs that I use get used up like I don't have a 75% chance to keep them. So I feel like they could doctor this up, but we're going to work with it. And I'm going to show you how to work with it. Nancy also has an ability, you have to perk for this, called Poison Claws. And as you can see, it makes all of her attacks have Sissy's poison effect. Now, what I mean by her poison effect is her basic poison effect, not the damage, and not rubber legs, but the poison effect where you hit them and the victim can't sprint for 2, 5, 8 seconds. Now, this used to be much longer, but they decided to nerf it. And right now, unfortunately, this is kind of bugged. And I'm actually going to test it, because I'm going to see if this is actually lasting longer than 3 seconds. Because there was a bug in that it was only lasting 3 seconds, regardless of having it at level 2 or level 3. So we'll be testing that out today. So basically, that's what Nancy is all about. Now, how do you use her? She's a slower character, just like Cook. So guess what? You're not going to be chasing people down like if you were playing Hitchhiker or Sissy. You can pursue, however, which is kind of what you do, but you don't pursue for long, because trying to do that with her is, you guys will see as we play. So that's her weakness, is the fact that she's slow. Other than that, you can take and you can actually build her up to be pretty darn good, as I'm seeing. So this build right here, I don't quite have a name for this one yet. This is one I'm actually testing out. And what I'm testing out to see is if this perk right here, Unrelenting, which increases my endurance, is better than this perk, which is Fired Up. What Fired Up does is that it, after you run out of stamina, there's a 25, 50, 75% less delay before stamina starts regenerating again. So this actually, as soon as your stamina runs out, it restarts. Like, pretty darn fast, regenerating again. With this, you don't get that. But what endurance does for family is endurance dictates your total stamina capacity, so that's how much stamina you have, along with how much stamina is drained whenever you do something, how much stamina regenerates back when it regenerates. Notice it doesn't say regeneration time. Nothing affects regeneration time unless the perk says it does. And melee attack frequency. The trick is that the higher your endurance, the more melee attacks you can make, and the faster you can make them. Now, everybody has a set speed. Your older folk, Cook and Nancy, of course, have a slower speed than Hitchhiker and Sissy and Johnny. Face is the only one, Leatherface is the only one who's a bit different, because he's kind of built to be like clunky and lumbering. So his hits take the longest for you to have to go through. So I don't think any amount of endurance helps that out. I think that's kind of by default. So we are going to be running Unrelenting, Pins and Needles, and Poison Claws. And we're going to see if this can replace what I call my... Actually, I don't have a name for this one yet. I'll probably come up with one as we go. But now that you know what's going on with Nancy, let's go ahead and let's see if we can't get some matches with her, shall we? Let's get busy.
Alright, we at the gas station. Who should I use? I'm on back at you. Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, going this route and going this spec means that you get some
You
garbage
wanna switch?
grandpa talents as Nancy. So if I see people with better grandpa talents, I just get rid of mine so that those talents could go ahead and take precedence. So now the talent that I had is called Family Focus, which allows your Family Focus ability to come back quicker and last longer. It's a good ability to have, but it's not as good as what he has, which is called Exterior Alarms, which once it's activated, anytime a victim opens a door, any door, we'll see it. It shows up as yellow. It's a very good ability to have. Unfortunately, Nancy, no matter which way she goes, she can't get this. So what we're doing now is just waiting for a third family member to show up. Which, if you guys saw my special on the 3-minute penalty,
Give me one more killer.
then you know why this penalty is in place. And as you can see, there's still not enough family players. So they covered up nothing.
Hello?
The mistake is still showing through. Now, once upon a time, when victims saw this happen, a victim would go ahead and leave so that the queue will go ahead and reset and bring in a new family player. But now, since either side gets that 3-minute penalty, nobody is trying to leave, especially because victims have a much higher queue time that they have to wait before they even get to this screen. It's a baby face. Come on, Cook, let's do it. Now, a lot of people would think that you can't do this.
Gallop.
What you say? Hey, what you say? Hey, what you say? What you say? Say something. If you don't say nothing, I'm gonna kill you.
My confidence level has just gone down.
Remains of an unidentified male have been discovered near Devil's River off Highway 13 in southwest Texas. A cedar canyon stumbled upon while hunting yesterday morning. Authorities have confirmed this is the same location where females were discovered last year. Strange. Although the case has been
The bad news is that I really don't have time to mute this dude. So I'm sorry you guys will have to hear this boy's audio in the background. Traps. There's no time for that. We have things to do. And we're striking this area because this is where the fuse is at. That's the fuse box right there. Now it's a good double tap when Pawpaw is right here too. But he's in the house more than likely. Alright, battle action.
Where's people at?
Now see, 25% chance. I just used 3 traps, didn't get a darn thing.
Come here!
Will you tell them boys of yours to do something already?
No, you die!
I promise.
That's mind vision.
Dang it.
I'm gonna stay down here and guard my doors.
Yeah! Ah! Come here! Come here! Stop! Dang it!
This constant running around is getting a little tiresome now.
Alright, on me, Cook.
Ah! Oh, I can't kill him. Ah! Yeah!
See, remember what I said with Nancy and Cook. You are a pursuer. So you can pursue somebody, but don't think that you're gonna catch them. You just want to get them to move away. There's no one in that bush, boy. Because we've got this child who has no idea what he's doing with us. This is going to mess things up. There we go.
What?
Do you not understand?
I am stabbing her! Oh, she helping me. Oh yeah, I got 2 people in my team.
Alright, now, as long as they didn't hit that with Saboteur,
We all left.
we're on it. Now, see, I didn't get... See, that's Cook not guarding his gates. Somebody got in through the front. Somebody got out through the front. Not today, people. I'm standing guard here. Now, if our Leatherface was actually smart, he'd be able to go over here and he'd be able to take care of this. Due to the fact that he cannot, I must defend 2 objectives. This is the steam pump, ladies and gents.
That tone with me. Do you have any notion who you're talking to? Tell me where he is!
Now, that was a grapple. And now I'm going to be stunned for about... Okay, good. I don't have a long stun. Thank you.
Oh!
You fucking monster! Where is...
You can't do it twice, sweet pea. Back to the fuse. See, nobody on my team is paying attention.
Well, look at that. Somebody's not doing so good.
sign of a scrub. They don't know how to lock doors.
Kill him!
I have to keep
Where did you go?
It's your own fault. Should have better known better than to come around here. Now quit hiding.
Sorry to tell you. Johnny dog in This ought to stop him.
Now what's funny is that Leatherface just ditched the match. Notice how I got quiet all of a sudden?
Never use that tone with me. Do you have any notion who you're talking to?
Go on out now.
Do you know what happens to bodies when you plant them? They help.
Hit it! So this ability can actually work. Doesn't work if the doors are all open.
Gotta find them quick.
Hard times is good for people. I know how to raise them. Just look at my Johnny.
I don't get the play. Man, she's dog shit. So she's in there. Come on, I'm
So first and foremost, which I hate to do, he's gonna have to go. He has no future here. Sorry. All the rest of you, you can stay. Because see, me and Cook, we could have handled that. Next match. I didn't even get to talk to you guys about what was going on or nothing because we were too busy watching him. Now, this is more like it. We got a Johnny, we got a hitchhiker, and then we've got me. So I should be good. I'm intel for this. But that was hilarious. He actually was so bad that he got mad and was attacking his own teammates. It's like, I'm on your team, dude. That's why you can't hit me. Haven't you figured that one out
Scheduled
yet?
draining of the Colton Reservoir was put on hold when city workers discovered the remains of more than a dozen animal corpses. The bodies are reported as being in various states of mutilation. Authorities believe the carcasses are from packs of wandering wild dogs. They're most likely to be rabid. Residents are cautioned to refrain from consuming any water sourced from the reservoir and be on the lookout for potentially dangerous animals.
This is unacceptable behavior.
Alright, our fuse is here, so we'll be looking at that area. But what we're going to do instead is, because we don't have a cook, this area is going to be my responsibility. So I need to lock it down as best I can. And as fast as I can.
You better hope for your sake we get this sorted out.
Do this the hard way. You'll never see this. It always works.
It didn't have to be this way, you know? You just had to come looking for that floozy of yours, didn't you?
Once again, all 3 traps and not a free one. Let's get psychic.
Now where did you go?
Okay.
Don't you think I know what you come here looking for?
You ever watch someone die? Go ahead and hide. It ain't gonna matter.
I know they're here. Somewhere.
Wait for it. If it happens.
Oh, hey there. You ever hear the saying, murder starts in the heart? I think, my John, you ain't looking too bad these days.
Well, ain't you shifty? Like me.
Chase like this in some time. I'm sorry to tell you this, but ain't none of y'all getting out of here alive.
Okay, she's dying.
I'll find you. I promise. This constant running around is getting a little tiresome now.
I slice real clean, don't I? You're inside before this night's through. Grandpa's gonna love you.
Represent. Not bad at all. And Hitchhiker, he was on one. He was killing everybody. He was like, everybody here is going to die. If not by my hand, then by Johnny's hand. Now, as Nancy, don't be ashamed if you don't get any kills. As you can see, I give intel. Like, no sooner than I saw where Leland was at and reported it, Hitchhiker was already there and got into a fight. So that's what you do with Nancy. And I like to type because people will say that they don't hear when you use your head, when you use your mic. So I like to type it because in that way, you're definitely going to see it. Slaughterhouse again, with a different lineup this time around. Oh, and don't think you're safe with the traps. Just because you set them, it doesn't mean that a victim can't come along and disable that trap. So that's one of the reasons I like to use family vision. And you'll see me using that to check my traps. You always want to make sure that your traps are whole and together when you're looking through family vision instead of separated, like you'll clearly be able to tell. Hopefully if we have a good team, I'll be able to like show you the ins and outs of that this time around.
A series of home invasions throughout Bell County have turned into a search for a known fugitive. Omar Pauly native of Holland, Texas, was arrested in 1967 for aggravated assault and larceny and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. After his release, Omar Pauly was implicated in a string of incidents outside McLennan County, where he was arrested again but managed to escape authorities. His current whereabouts are unknown. 6 reported cases of suspected food poisoning have led authorities.
Will you look at that? I didn't know we had visitors.
All right, well, let's go ahead and report that one. Well, you know what? It's hard to tell. That could have been an issue.
They couldn't have gone too far.
If only I could put a trap here. So basically, I'm screwed right now because I'm the only one up top. Leatherface is down in the basement. So if they beat him up here, which more than likely they are going to, I'm not going to be able to stop them. Not by myself. Yeah, I'm really kind of screwed right now.
Now where did you go?
Gonna dive in a nasty stash real fast. And that helps my mind vision come back faster.
That is a lot of blood. Gotta be around here somewhere. You ain't looking too bad these days.
See, now he's the only one who's fast enough to make it to them.
find you. I promise. Oh. Ah. I know they're here. Somewhere. Ah!
Too bad Grandpa ain't able. He was the best there ever was.
And there goes the battery, so she's about to escape from there. Meanwhile, I think this was saboteured, because that was leaving.
Be this way, you know? You just had to come looking for that floozy of yours, didn't you?
"57 years later."
This ought to stop them.
And that's just in case that Anna decides to get cute and come this way. Well, they just quit. Ah. Because Face got a hold of them. Nice. Well, we didn't get them all. Leland got away, but the other three got snapped up. Couldn't have done it without you, Face. Love ya. Hey, when the game tries to take your character from you, it'll just decide. See, you don't get to choose which character you are. You just have to hope you can get to the character. Heck, it looks like they all got whack talents, so let's go.
A woman has been arrested for the attempted murder of local farm magnates, the Borins, with the intention of stealing their fortune. Brianna Rose, 43, was hired as a live-in cook months ago. Patriarch Kit Borin was hospitalized earlier this week when a rare poison was discovered in his system. Despite recommendations, the Borins began to suspect Miss Rose was
Don't worry,
Alright, first
Johnny.
things
I'll
first.
help you clean this mess up.
We want to hurry up and move because they're rushing. Johnny, if you go down there, I'm adding barbed wire, so of course he's gonna break it. Alright, so we've got a basement Johnny. Which means he's not up here patrolling his area. But at least we've got a hitchhiker. Can you open the damn door? Thank you. How many times do I need to hit the button? We want to lock this down so that we keep people who get on the balcony from just being able to slide in here. And they're on the move, so I'm gonna have to skip that blood, which sucks. But since it takes me 800 years to set a trap, we need to have these traps set. Oh my goodness, I actually got an extra trap.
I know they're
Alright,
here.
let me help my people out.
Somewhere.
Dang. Nothing of benefit. If they're in the basement, is really no point in saying where they are. Alright. Alright, so we got our hitchhiker down there. Our Johnny is in the basement. So Hitch is going to have to guard that whole floor by itself. Let me let them know what I'm doing. And that's because somebody wasn't back there to guard that gate.
This'll slow you down.
She's going down.
Now look.
Now that's sad. I'm the only one who made a kill on this map. My goodness. The only one. One second, por favor. All right, let's get back in it. We're gonna go ahead and give this version a little bit more love. Then we're going to switch to loadout number 2, which is fired up. Normally I take this on Nancy's house or any place where I know that I'm gonna have a nice enclosed area to be able to protect, to be able to get at people. Because as you can see, this has my endurance at base level, but my savagery all the way up at 48. What this means is that with my savagery being that high, I'm doing 25 points of damage per hit. Whereas with this, I'm only doing 20 damage per hit. Now you would say between 35 and 48, you should be doing more than 5 points of damage for as much as you invested. But that's kind of how this game is. It's a little backwards like that. So yeah, this is her maximum damage. Beat the hell out of things when she gets close to them. And it's backed up by this. And then this is to see if this is going to be a worthy replacement for it. If I could just get a good match and get this up to 35, where I'll start to see some extra benefits from it. Because 35 is one of your breakpoints for endurance. So we'll go one more match with this. Unless it's Nancy's house, then we'll switch to the other version. We're gonna have to take that 3-minute. I don't know if it's just because it's summertime or what, but there's been an abundance of level 0 family players. Now, what's bad about that? Well, you saw. When you have a low level family player, I always recommend anybody who's gonna start this game, start as a victim. Do not try to play family unless you have played games like this before and you know your way around games like this. Other than that, you will totally mess your team over. Start as a victim first, That helps you learn the layouts of all the maps, helps you learn the places to hide, blah, blah, blah. It's easier if you start with Victim, because that's going to help you learn a whole hell of a lot better than if you try to start by playing as Family. So that's what I always recommend to people who are new and are coming into this game. Like, start as a Victim. Do not start as Family. It's just a lot easier, and it's going to be a lot easier on the player. If you start as Family, then that's insinuating that you know your map layouts and that you know where you need to put your locks and where you need to patrol and what gates to watch and blah blah blah. Yeah, start as a Victim first. It makes life a lot easier for both sides. So we're gonna have to wait for this 3-minute penalty to go away, because to be completely honest, I was not about to play with another level 0. And there is no matchmaking on this game, so unfortunately there's a chance you will get hit with level 0s. So while we're waiting, I guess I could explain the general gist of this spec. Because Nancy is slower, and she doesn't have scout when she goes on this route, that means she doesn't get that speed increase. That's why I took Poison Claws, because you already saw how difficult it is for me to catch up to people. You take this, and this will give them that ability to not be able to sprint for 8 seconds. So this lets you stay on them once you hit them. And then of course this is trap utility, so that, you know, how many games did it take before I actually got one extra trap out of it? And then of course this is just to help your endurance out, because being slower, it takes you more endurance to do stuff. So that's how all of these are supposed to balance out. Going on the left side, here we go with this again. Because this is going on her left side, which her left side offers you all of that. Whereas Scout is part of your center tree. And that's a completely different layout, which we will explore after this. Let's see if we can hop in. Now this is a good setup, because one thing you always want to look at with Nancy is who your team composition is. And especially this map. Sissy is going to start in the slaughterhouse area, which is going to protect that. Johnny starts center, and then I'll start on edge of center. So we'll be able to protect this and kind of defend ourselves against a rush if it happens.
Patrolling the perimeter of his land just after sunrise when he saw the truck in the distance. It was apparent that the truck was damaged from a distance, but closer inspection led Gaines to find the charred remains of a unidentified man in the driver's seat and a large bag filled with money roughly 30 feet away.
Don't worry, Johnny.
Let's lock it down. Once again, all 3 traps, nothing extra.
I'll find you. I promise.
It's all right.
The sissy over there losing all self-control.
Don't you dare talk about my husbands like that. I know they're here. Somewhere. You ain't looking too bad these days. slow you down. I told you. This type of behavior tends to occur when you go moseying around other people's homes.
Not too bad. Yeah, she did say husbands. She's had more than one. They don't call her Black Nancy for nothing. She's been through about 3 of them. Gonna have to take that 3-minute. Really hate it when other people take my character. I wish it just lets you pick a character, and if that's the character you want, then that's the character you should be able to keep. It shouldn't kick you out of having that character. So now we're gonna have to wait another 3 minutes. Because unfortunately I couldn't ask that person to switch because they'd already selected that character. So more than likely they were not going to switch. And confidentially, I don't trust other Nancy players. Or let's put it this way, I trust them to be bad. We'll put it that way. And that sounds like a horrible expectation, but 9 times out of 10, when I run into a Nancy player, they're bad. They're too busy trying to play her like she's Cook or like she's a chaser, and she's not that. She cannot do that. Even with Scout, she cannot do that. So we've seen this version of the spec. By the time we wait for this 3 minutes, we can go ahead and we can try out another spec. So we're going to go ahead and do my Quick Widow spec. Let's set that up. Gonna need fired up for this to work. This right here reduces the recharge time between ability uses. So what this means is that when you get, after you use your ability, there's a cooldown before it starts recharging. You can either choose 3 or 6 seconds. I like to choose 3 seconds. So then that allows me to get that 40% increase to my recharge rate. Other than that, you get like a 20%, I think it is. Let me see. Other than that, you get 20%. So double that is beautiful. That's what you want. You want that quicker recharge rate because that means your power comes back faster. This just lowers that cooldown before your power starts coming back. Quicker recharge rate. And this over here just increases how long you spy. The only reason why you would even consider taking these two is if you go the right route, which I'll be showing later on. And the reason why you would take this is because there is a perk, which is worthless in my opinion, called Hey Sissy. And then of course we want clear vision. There is a perk right over here called Hey Sissy. Now, when you use Sissy's powders, the reason why I was doing that is like I told you, it increases your, it helps speed up the cooldown on your power coming back. This increases it even more. However, 3 seconds, it causes like, it increases your cooldown rate by more, but then 3 seconds of that vision is blurry. At level 2, 5 seconds of that vision is blurry. At level 3, 7 seconds of that vision is blurry. You might as well just call it useless. That's why you would go for the extra spy duration. Because once you get up to these levels, this is going to allow you to spy for longer than 7 seconds for the vision to become clear. Now, why is this a bad idea? Because when Nancy is in spy, she can be backstabbed because she's just out in the open. And once you activate spy, you cannot deactivate it. You have to go through the whole vision. So if you have that increased spy duration and your spy duration is about 10 seconds, which leaves you 3 seconds for you to actually see something worth seeing, that whole 10 seconds, you're just standing there. You're a sitting duck for somebody to just come up behind you and backstab you. So not worth it. Very much not worth it in my opinion. So what we're doing with this version of the spec is we've got Scout. Scout increases that movement speed at level 3 by 15%, but stamina regeneration rate is 10% slower. So what this means is that once you run out of stamina, when it starts regenerating, it's going to regenerate 10% slower. Now, as you can see, that changes as you go up through ranks. This is one of the reasons why you would take this, because after running out of stamina, there's a 75% less delay before stamina starts regenerating again. So that delay overwrites that regeneration being 10% slower. So that's why you pair these two together. Once upon a time, when Scout used to have a damage reduction instead of the stamina regeneration rate, you used to pair this with Violent. And what Violent was is as long as your blood vial is full, it increases your damage by at rank 3, 20%. So I think it's what, 10, 15, 20% or something like that for levels 1, 2, and 3. And you would use that to offset the damage loss that you would get. And with Violent, you will walk out having at least a 10% increase to your damage. And so that's what people used to do who could get Violent. Guess what Nancy can't get? Violent. It's not one of her perks. She can't get it. So yeah, she's kind of stuck. So with this version of Nancy, we don't have poison claws to help us when we get on a victim. But we're faster now. We're speedier now. So that means we can actually get to a victim and do some damage. We're also missing pins and needles. So that extra trap that we might have been able to get, we don't have access to that anymore. We do have Feral, which is a savagery increaser. That's at rank 3, so I'm getting 7 savagery from that. So that's what allowed me to put points into my endurance to get that up to 33. Like we said, we want to leave that at 35 because 35 means that we're getting at least 20 damage a swing. So that's what we want, because if we start falling below that 20 damage, we're moving into Hitchhiker and Sissy territory of damage, and we can't have that because she doesn't have the swing speed that they have. So she starts losing out. So that's what we got. Let's go to work. Boy, they just like this slaughterhouse map today, don't they? It must be the map of the day. See, now that's a Leatherface that doesn't know how to play with a good Nancy. Or he might be more scared of the Johnny. I think that Johnny is a basement dweller. So now we might not get a match. But this would be an interesting matchup. I'm pretty sure that person left because if you notice, all of our victims are on PC. And they look like they're a team. It's been said that all PC players are cheaters. You have all seen me stream, and I've only ever streamed this game on PC. And I do not cheat. So let me stand as the person to say that that is not true. And you can cheat on all platforms. For those who say you can't, it's just because you don't know how. There we go. Let's get it. We could do this. We've got the right composition. Or we could do it like this too. and have a complete topside team. That works for me. There's plenty of us to guard the doors. Now that's going to change things.
Cattle
But we should still be
continue
able to
plague
cover.
the quiet farming communities of central Texas, as 2 more were reported just last evening. The cows were discovered with the throats slit and cut from belly to hip. Officials believe multiple perpetrators are responsible, as the mutilations appear to have been committed at the same time. The Sheriff's Department advises all ranchers to patrol their property, heavily armed, and report any suspicious activity. Local farmer Devereaux T told local...
We ain't big on unannounced guests. I ain't gonna take
Now you'll
kindly
see
to this
the speed
trespassing.
increase. And how much faster she's able to move now. First things first. Okay, that's locked up. Get this set up.
Boy, doors and land. This is all his doing.
Now where did you go?
And that's another thing, is you'll get a lot of people who just don't pay attention.
Don't you tell me how to raise my boy. Just do your job.
I see what you made me. I told you I was good enough.
That's right, rock that world. Grab some of this here blood. And I
You
see
ever
our
hear the
Leatherface
saying, murder starts
is
in
not
the
coming
heart?
out of the basement.
I think my Johnny liked that girl.
So he's not trying to help things out at all. Let's go check this door.
There's things in this house I just can't let you see, darling.
It's too foggy.
I am a suitable mother. Don't you judge me. This constant running around is getting a little tiresome now. come, looking at my Johnny that way. He's a sweet boy. Oh, I'm sorry to tell you this, but ain't none of y'all getting out of here alive.
Now, why am I not caring? Because technically the gate is open. So, I'm just going to turn the battery back off.
Talking to. I know they're here. Somewhere.
Sonny in the basement, as always. Poor guy. Get back to our pawpaw.
Now where are you squirming off to?
So we can at least be at level 1. There you are, Sonny.
Of course. Come on. Think. I know much enjoy.
That is a lot of blood. They gotta be around here somewhere.
I hear him. Over there.
Hard times is good for people. I know how to raise them. Just look at my Johnny. Where is it exactly you think you're going?
Talk about one hell of a recovery. Okay, well, as long as we've got him there, let's keep him there. And then we're going to go over here and go feed Grandpa to increase the pressure. And I could grab enough blood to at least get him to 2.
You ain't looking too bad these days.
Let's go close some doors. Let's hit this one. Let's go over here and hit this one while we're at it.
Do you know what happens to bodies when you plant them?
Now, normally you would do this if you have proximity exterior alarms.
I'll find you. I promise.
Yep, you better get doctored up as best you
There's
can,
things
partner.
in this house I just can't let you see, darling.
But it's cool that it's sunny. But it always
I
is.
am a suitable mother. Don't you judge me. This constant running around is getting a little tiresome now.
All right, let's go check our traps. Looks like everything is still assembled.
Your little friend had it coming. Looking at my Johnny that way. He's a sweet boy.
Who'd you see, Cook? I'll be right with you.
Oh, I'm sorry to tell you.
Where is
this,
he?
but ain't none of y'all
He's
getting
there.
out of here alive.
Face is there. Bad idea, Sonny.
Ever use that tone with me? Do you have any notion who you're talking to?
Come around here. Now quit hiding.
We just want to beat him in the head one good time.
This house ran much better when you was running things. Stop them. Hard times is good for people. I know how to raise them. Just look at my Johnny. Where is it exactly you think you're going? Oh my, somebody's hurting real bad.
What's coming? You better.
Do you know what happens to bodies when you plant them? They help the flowers real good.
Now, see, he tried to be slick. He failed.
There's things in this house I just can't let you see, darling. Ugh. Ugh. I am a suitable mother. Don't you judge me. Just come on out now. Ain't no use in delaying things. I could use some of this myself. little friend had it coming. Looking at my Johnny that way. He's a sweet boy. Sorry to tell you this, but ain't none of y'all getting out of here alive. You have any notion who you're talking to? I always did like you.
Robert Lewis, a one-time patron of the Whisper Inn Hotel, was mistakenly handed the belongings of a guest because his
Take this, you freak! Get me in a skeeter, I'll give you that.
My Harold always said, if you can't do something right, don't do it at all. Now come get your punishment.
Found ya!
didn't have to be this way, you know? You just had to come looking for that floozy of yours, didn't you?
Just get back here. You're only making things worse. Go on out now. I can't hear nothing.
Next time I'll cook you a nice proper meal.
Heck up. I can't hear nothing with all this dang racket.
Just in case you was thinking of doing so, I'd stay out of my secret room if I was. Now where are you squirming off to?
Just die, asshole!
Now, I'm not quite sure how that worked, but okay.
Hard times are good for people. I know how to raise them. Just look at my Johnny. case like this in some time.
Keeping Grandpa guarded.
Now get back here!
Okay, let's go hit some secret buckets so we can at least try to get Grandpa to level 4. See, if he's chasing him over there, then he's probably gonna wail. All right, you little punk.
am a suitable mother. Don't you judge me. This constant running around is getting a little tiresome now. Your little friend had it coming. Johnny that way. He's a sweet boy. Oh, I'm sorry to tell you this, but ain't none of y'all getting out of here alive.
Take this now. It'll perk you right up.
Don't you ever use that tone with her. Now where are you squirming off to? good for people. I know how to raise them. Look at my John.
You're only making things worse.
And that's actually a fail-safe in game to keep victims from doing stupid stuff like that. The good news is you can only do that with Sonny. Now, why is it you can only do that with Sonny? Because Sonny has the ability to see other people. So he can always see where you are and always know when to make the right move. Now, I wish I could have got this many points with my other setup because I really did need those for the other thing. But yeah, victims can only go so long before they will bleed out. And so that's what happened, is that he wound up bleeding out. So it doesn't matter how many health potions you take or what have you, your condition is always deteriorating. Ah, Family House Night. I would prefer it if you did not give me low-rank family players. I would really appreciate it if you didn't. But whatever. This match is gonna suck. See now, once we come back on the 18th, you're gonna see a whole lot more better family members. Whereas right now, you're just seeing what's left over for the most part. Or you're seeing people who, cause if you're gonna play family, like I said, start with victim and then level up your family. Don't just come in straight with family and then try to level them up. You're gonna be weak, you're not gonna be at full power, you're gonna be missing stuff. Hey Crow, welcome to the street.
Motel outside Bryan, where they
Happy
caught
Sunday
the
to you.
man in the act of subduing 36-year-old Kelsey Keogh. The man, whose name is being withheld, claimed he and Kelsey agreed upon way, and that he had no connection to the murder of Red Desert Lake.
First things first,
We ain't big on unannounced guests.
as
I
Nancy,
ain't gonna take kindly to this
you want
trespass.
to lock down this red room.
Damn, Johnny! I'm always covering up his mess.
And now that we got this sealed off,
My
they have to come
Harold
through a
always
trap to
said,
get out if they want to
"Can't
come
do
this way.
something right, don't do it at all. Now come get your punishment. Don't you dare talk about my husbands like that, devil girl.
I'm sorry, but when I see that, you're killing me. I normally do not quit in the middle of a match, but I'm so sorry. If you sit there and you see me set my traps up and then you run through them like an idiot, that's already telling me what kind of match this is going to be. So I'll let the two of them, I'll let the two scrubs figure it out for themselves. We'll move on to a better match. I hate that you guys had to see me do that, but you know what? We're not doing that tonight. We've already dealt with a whole lot of stupidity tonight. All right, we can do Mill. This is the newest map that's out. Yeah, unfortunately, with her traps, that's one thing I forgot to mention. If you set them in doorways or even in crawl spaces, family can destroy them if they go through them, and then you'll have to reset them. They're not like hitchhiker traps where you won't set them off if you go over them. That is one thing that people have been begging for them to change about her traps, because you'll get people who are just bungholes and will run through your traps on purpose, knowing good and well it takes you 20 years just to set up a trap. And then you'll get some people like those people, which the only reason why I wasn't going to do that was just because they were like fresh and new. So when you get fresh and new players like that, 9 times out of 10, they will not listen to you. Like most people try to say, oh, well, let's guide them and let's show them what to do. They don't listen. They don't listen. You tell them to lock a door, they'll make sure to leave every last door they go through unlocked. You tell them not to walk through your traps, they will find every last trap that you set and go through it. So, no. No. That's a headache. And then it's like, and if you're going to play family as a beginner, you need to be playing Hitchhiker. Don't play Sissy unless, like, Sissy and Nancy are like hard mode for family. You want to be playing Johnny, or you want to be playing Hitchhiker, because those two are going to be the ones that are going to give you your best bang for your buck as a newbie. Sissy and Nancy are considered hard mode. Cook and Leatherface are considered medium mode, just because Cook is slow and you're more reliant on his abilities, less on his ability to chase people and kill them. And Leatherface, like I said, he's clunky to control. So, and then he's bigger than everybody else. So 9 times out of 10, his body is blocking the camera when you're trying to see. So I would say he's medium mode, because learning how to use that chainsaw is a mission in and of itself. It's probably one of those players who can't play that I blocked. New lobby. And I wanted to play on the mill too. We haven't seen that one tonight. Telling you the map of the day, Slaughterhouse. See, this is what that 3-minute penalty was supposed to hide. The fact that there's less family players, like I said, than there are victims. So watch how long, if it even does, it takes to fill up these 2 slots.
Six reported cases of suspected food poisoning have led authorities to recall all meat sold through the Delverson meatpacking facility outside Coleman, which in turn led to the arrest of plant supervisor Justin Austin. 40-year-old Austin admitted some of the ground chuck produced by the facility had become tainted when several rats were discovered that had fallen into the processing unit. And Mr. Austin did not halt production nor notify.
Will you look at that? I didn't know we had visitors. You You are a damn fool! Always have been!
You need to get that damn boy of yours in line. This is all he's doing.
Just in case you was thinking of doing so, I'd stay out of my secret room if I was you. They couldn't have gone too far. Ah! Ah!
This isn't going as planned. Why is this family always like this?
Okay, what in the world is he doing way the hell out there?
Hey there, sweetie. Are you okay, Grandpa? Here, drink this. You've been chosen. I can't let you go.
I know they're here. Somewhere.
I hate to have to do it, but I'm gonna have to. Gonna have to start blocking new players. We need a team to show off with. And since nobody I know plays...
Didn't have to be this way, you know? You just had to come looking for that floozy of yours, didn't you? Oh my, somebody's hurting real bad. Now where did you go? Don't you think I know what you come here looking for? I'll find you, I promise.
They don't need to be reported, they just need to grow up. And I have a full blood vial, but I can't leave because I'm pretty sure that Julie, the last survivor, is out here.
My herald always said, if you can't do something right, don't do it at all. Now come get your punishment. This ought to stop them.
And nobody's over there to do a darn thing about it. Oh well, you guys are blocked anyway. You'll learn. So I can leave. Now I said Jenny. Why did Sissy come running over here like this is where the generator is at?
My good.
This is getting old real fast. full escape. Please, can I have a good team? So goodness, while we're waiting, hopefully I'll be able to show you the third spec.
Let's go.
Hey, we need 2 more people.
What's up, Anna? What's up, Leland? What's up, Danny?
I love that. So I'm wondering if they're brand new and not knowing that unless we get 2 more people on this side, we're not going nowhere.
Oh, Caitlin Clark's getting the ringer, dude. They're putting it through the ringer. I feel so bad. It's definitely not white girl summer, I'll tell you that much.
Man, shut your ass up about that white girl summer Chet Hanks shit.
No, that's not Chet Hanks, baby. I was doing it before Chet Hanks, so don't even talk.
Yeah, dude, Chet Hanks is,
dude, all I'm saying, if we're gonna talk about it, dude, Nancy needs to be a sissy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna get killed by some ugly-ass bitch called Nancy.
What are you talking about, white boy summer?
Are you okay, dude?
You got a problem with white boy summer?
I think he has a problem with White Boy Summer. Super racist.
Wow.
Yep, that's the other side of this being a somewhat
Danny.
social game.
You're white.
Let's rock, people.
Don't ever forget. Your ancestors owned slaves. Sorry. It's true. I got the genetic makeup. You got the markers.
Yeah, he definitely sounds like a slave, descendant of a slave owner.
Oh, yeah.
Authorities were alerted to Hellam's Ranch yesterday to investigate reports of cattle abuse, but what they found instead was disturbingly serene. The ranch was devoid of livestock. Instead, 13 men, all dressed in plain white clothes, were sitting in chairs spread throughout the property. Each one was wearing a simple rope belt, a pair of sunglasses.
We ain't big on unannounced guests. I ain't gonna take kindly to this trespassing. It didn't have to be this way, you know? You just had to come looking for that floozy of yours, didn't you?
Okay, we've got this. So what we need to do is block this off, because we're trying to make sure that they cannot get to this fuse. So we'll hit this, this, because see, they can still go through there. And then I can't really do too much for that. So, we'll just block off the whole area.
This isn't going as planned. Why is this family always like this?
Don't you dare talk about my husband.
Let me let my
like
people
that,
know.
devil girl.
To encourage the community to visit Scouter's facility, the museum is providing free food, drinks, and entertainment on Saturdays for the next several weeks.
They couldn't have gone too far. Ugh. You better stay out of my garden.
Alright, so it looks like Sissy is all about the blood.
This type of behavior tends to occur when you go moseying around other people's homes.
Alrighty. She's doing that. We'll guard gates.
Oh, I'm sorry to tell you this, but ain't none of y'all getting out of here alive. I am a suitable mother. Don't you judge me.
Now, I have no idea where Johnny disappeared to.
There's things in this house I just can't let you see, darling. Oh my, somebody's hurting real bad. Now where did you use that tone with me. Do you have any notion who you're talking to?
Oh, sugar! Does that hurt?
I'll sneak in here and grab some blood. Thank you for opening that up, sweetheart.
Johnny that way. He's a sweet boy. I always did like you. I'll find you. I promise.
Houston, we got a problem. Somebody else made it through. Wait a minute.
Hard times is good for people. I know how to raise them. Just look at my Johnny.
Huh. Could have swore I saw a yellow gate over here. Well, as long as I'm here, let's grab the blood.
Where is it exactly you think you're going?
See your insides before this night's through. Here you go, old man.
Hello, Sonny.
Do you know what happens to bodies when you plant them? They help the flowers real good. I am a suitable mother. Don't you judge me.
Oh, you ain't getting away. Yep. It's better if you die.
All right. Everyone out.
Never use that tone with me. You have any notion who you're talking to?
I'm gonna find you.
Now
This
let's go
constant running
smooth
around
this
is getting a
out,
little
shall we?
tiresome now.
The bad man's in me.
I could use some of this myself. I know they're here. Somewhere.
Sonny in the basement. Where he at? In the basement.
Listen now. Everybody's
He's a
time
sweet
comes
boy.
eventually.
Sonny was like, nope.
Oh, you ain't getting away.
Please no. Get him, honey.
Look it up.
Make him wait. Hello, Anna. We can see you now,
Hard
too.
times is good for people. I know how to raise them.
It's too bad Sissy is on this map, so I can't steal some of her herbs. She needs them.
Where is it exactly you think you're going?
And it looks like she's already got a nice full blood buddy. So we're good.
Do you know what happens to bodies? Can't help the flowers. Real good. I am a suitable mother. Don't you judge me.
Sissy is on it. She's like, come here. She got her. Gotta send a good game out. We got him. But they were all kind of low level, so it kind of didn't matter.
Skip this match.
Don't get mad, Antoine. Dang, Sissy went all out. She was like, no, this is my match. Everybody dies. Everybody dies. Sissy wasn't trying to play. All right, and before we move into pretty much our last matches, let me go ahead. Now, that was the scout. Now that's what I like to call the quick widow build. And then our other build, when we went the other way, that you guys saw first, was the poison widow build, since that has poison claws. The other one that you haven't seen is the mind weaver build. And that takes some getting used to. So as you can see with that scout, I was all over the map. You couldn't stop me. But now, you are about to see me leave all of that behind. I'm gonna have to give up the speed, which sucks. So first things first, let's respect. We're gonna need that as the backbone to make this work. They're just bound and determined to give me that whack perk. Whatever. Now, it looks tempting to go this way because then you get Nobody Escapes Hell, which this helps the minigame for all locked doors plus cook locks is 40% more difficult. Now, you would think you would go this way, but you lose out on attribute points, which are these right here. You lose out on these two. and you lose out on a major thing that's going to make this spec work. So instead of going this way, we're going to go this way. And this way gives us more attribute points, so that's what we want. Because the perks on that side, nah. Once again, we're going to take the same loadout. You, and you. Now, with our Mind Widow build, we are going to first take Fired Up. This is the backbone of this build because, once again, we're not going to have any speed, just like we had with the Poison Widow build. With this one, what we're actually getting benefit out of is our Spy ability. Spy normally has a 1 and 45-second cooldown. With the way I'm about to set things up, it brings it down to a 45-second cooldown. So, and how I'm doing that is with this ability called Give Me More. Once you get it up to 3, Nancy's ability regeneration is increased by 15%. But stamina regeneration is reduced by 15. So now you see why we've got Fired Up. To kill off that stamina delay. So that negates that. So we're going to want a little bit of that. And we're going to take this. So after using your ability, your damage is increased by 15% for 30 seconds. Now, I could have taken this with the other 2 specs because you do come across this talent. But this is where it's most useful at because, like I said, being able to call on your powers every 45 minutes means that you're only running around without your damage perk for 15 seconds. So if they happen to catch you for that 15 seconds, well then, it can happen. This would actually replace Fired Up if it worked. Which is after using the ability, stamina depletion is reduced by 30% for 30 seconds. Right now, this perk is bugged. It does not work at all. Doesn't matter which rank you have it at, it does not work at all. So don't use this. This seems like it would be cool because barbed wire will now be 20% more difficult for victims to remove. However, this messes up you getting this. Because technically you could run that instead of Fired Up. But because of that stamina, you're going to need to have Fired Up. So with our Grandpa perk, we've actually got 3 pretty solid perks. Always in sync. Don't have all day. And then Excited Grandpa. This is what we're going to roll with. Because what this means is that the delay between Grandpa's sonar ability is reduced by 20% at each level. So level 1, 20%. Level 2, 40%. 2, 4, 6, 8, and it just keeps going up. So that's a good little perk to have given how she's going to be built. And what we want to do is get that savagery, of course, up to that 35. And then endurance, we want to at least get that to 27 because we at least need that 35. So we're at least doing 20 damage per hit. And our endurance is going to suffer a little bit. And we want it at 27 because for whatever reason, if you set it at 25, it's broken and it doesn't work. So even though we're below 30, Fired Up is going to help us out. Now what you can do with this is you can actually skip out on that altogether But if you do this, you have to be careful, because this is going to mean that you're going to have less swings. Because you could do this and basically take this all the way up to here. And what this means is that now you're doing 25 damage per swing. But with such low endurance, you're only going to be able to pull 2 swings off before you're going to need to rest. And without poison claws, that's going to suck. So you just have to know how to play with this spec. Now I'm going to show you how. Let's get to it. Now I wish I did have that one more point, but that's okay. 47 will work. Now, if we could have got a cook for this map and a hitchhiker, we would have had it. But we have a Johnny, and he starts far away from the house. So I don't have any speed and not a whole lot of stamina. So I'm not much for chasing or even pursuing. But you can do it. I'll show you. And you're also seeing a spec that nobody plays.
Yo, press
nobody
ready,
knows
you
how to
homo.
make it work.
I'm telling my mom you call me that.
You old enough to play this game?
No, she bought it for me. I was living
Brutal
up to
attack
something.
on 3 female college students in Pflugerville, Texas last year is back in the public spotlight. Pflugerville citizens are in an uproar demanding answers from Texas state officials on why no arrests have been made in the case. Reports say an unidentified man entered the home in the middle of the night, viciously strangling one female to death before attempting to stab both roommates who were sleeping nearby. Authorities believe the attacker fled the scene after discovering multiple...
This is unacceptable behavior. You better hope for your sake we get this sorted out.
Somebody around here has to catch him. I don't get out much like you. Surround the property with some of those traps already. This is getting out of hand fast.
I know they're here. Somewhere.
Drink it now, Grandpa. Get your fill.
my herald always said, if you can't do something right, don't do it at all. Now come get your punishment.
Now we're gonna set up and we're gonna barge these doors.
What if one's outside?
Here we go.
Got my trap.
Hello,
Better
sweetheart.
stay out of my garden.
You will not escape this way. Alright, cool. He got that. Barge that dough. Awesome. Now, help me out with that. We barge these doors. We keep them from being able to use them against us.
I'll find you.
Mind bender.
I promise.
Die, sweetheart. Can't move. Stunned. Okay. She thought she was going to win? We're sorry, sweetheart. The number you have dialed has crashed into a planet. Make a note of that. Alright. Power up. Actually, not yet, because I'm almost close.
Looks like we got you now. Let's see where this goes.
I'll find out where.
They couldn't have gone too far.
Okay. Alright, so here's what we do about that.
Shoot him through. Pull it false.
Get rid of that door. We don't need it. Let's help Grandpa out. Get him, boys! That's what I'm talking about. Let me hear it, Johnny boy. I need you to feel it in your soul. Ah, perfect, Johnny. Thank you. And we'll hold on to this.
Now where did you go? I could use some of this myself.
No worries. We're about to blow it up.
Now where are you squirming off to?
She just quit. She said no. No. One has got to feel good about themselves when they make an Anna quit. And Anna is the most strongest character in the game. This queen can tank a train running into her and walk it off like that wasn't a train. That wasn't a train. That was a big wheel. I'm okay. Meanwhile, anybody else would not have gotten up at all. All right. Let's get ready for this next match. But let's take a quick restroom break. And then we'll go into these last couple so you guys can see this spec in action. All right, let's jump back in it.
A woman has been arrested for the attempted murder of local farm magnates, the Borins, with the intention of stealing their fortune. Brianna Rose, 43, was hired as a live-in cook months ago. Patriarch Kit Borin was hospitalized earlier this week when a rare poison was discovered in the system. This led to Rose's arrest. Despite recommendations, the Borins began to suspect Ms. Rose wasn't who she claimed.
We ain't big on unannounced guests. I ain't gonna take kindly to this trespassing.
First things first on this map, because we have a Danny, and more than likely he's going to try and tamper, we want to find out where this is. Good. All right.
Escapes me.
Here we go.
Don't you dare talk about my husbands like that, devil girl.
So they know where I'm at. And this will allow me to block off any escape routes.
You can watch buried sets.
Alright, he's on battery. And we want to lock this down.
Fuse box is open.
Where? Where the hell is the fuse box at? Ah, right there. Alright, I'm on it.
Now where did you go?
Let's get this set up. Please excuse the glitchy sound. Alright, let's go check this fuse. Now, I could have blocked these doors.
Oh, no, got choose fight.
I'm gonna see your insides before this night's through.
These others around here ain't so understanding. I can help you. How does that feel?
I hear Sissy. Liption, I told you I would guard this side. So why are you over here? See how fast that stamina comes back?
Death doesn't have to be the end, you know. Just trust me.
Alright, we're gonna go check that valve real fast. Alright, it's not even completed. Good. Alright, we're gonna need to get Pawpaw up just a
in
little
case
bit.
you was thinking of doing so, I'd stay out of my secret room if I was you.
Mind blast.
I'll find you. I promise. Ugh.
Just die!
Where are you? John, where are you? we go.
Somebody's not doing so good. Escaping today. They
She's
gonna
not
find
here.
that pretty little face of yours under my floorboard if you ain't careful.
They're gonna love this.
Brain
They
blast.
couldn't have gone too far.
Damn. Somebody just ran down and I'm stuck in the vision. See, that's why you don't do long vision. Now, if only I could get out of this 800-second stun that Anna can do. Did she just not even swing? I hit the button and she just gave up. She just like,
You
skip
ever
it.
hear the saying,
So understanding. I can help you.
Now where are you squirming off to?
Tampered. That's Danny.
Your little friend had it coming. Johnny that way. He's a sweet boy.
Now, this is why nobody likes Danny.
Doesn't have to be the end. Just trust me.
So basically, it's game over.
There's things in this house I just can't let you see.
Sissy, how
darling.
did you were standing right here, honey? How did they even?
I am a suitable mother. Don't you judge me.
I don't even see that's not even functioning.
This is pointless, you know. Quit stalling.
I got somebody. I gotta find help. Anybody.
I hate you guys have to see me do this. But anybody playing Danny is a scrub.
Squirming little bastards. Where did you go?
Ah, and now that's on cool. Everything is on cooldown. Oh. I hate that you guys had to see that. That is something that people will do. Basically, once Danny tampers something, it's literally game over. Because remember what we discussed earlier, where I said once he tampers something, it's 8+ minutes documented before you can turn it back off again. You will see a lot of family players that will, once that happens, they'll just leave the match because there's no penalty for leaving the match once you're in the match. So once people see that, they'll just go ahead and leave. And the only reason why I went ahead and left is because there's no way on earth I would have been able to defend that big old area with my non-chasing Nancy. So she couldn't do it. So I ducked out because basically that's what family players have been doing, is that once they do that, like, it's basically game over. The only reason why you would stay is just to let them all escape and then walk out with their points. But what you'll often find is that victims won't leave, especially if they know that something has been tampered. They'll go and they'll activate something else or try and find other ways out, because basically they already know I have a guaranteed way out. So I'm gonna go earn some points someplace else while you guys are all guarding the door that doesn't close. So yeah, And that's about where that was about to go. So, that's why people call him pay to win. Is because there's no other victim and there's no other family member that can literally just end a match with their ability. So, now why they decided to put a victim with that kind of power into this game makes me say they need to stay off that Nene crack, but for whatever reason they thought it was a good idea and they refused to change his ability. So, we're stuck with it. So, if he tampers and you can't shut it down, what's the point in even staying? Now, I know that sounds like bad sportsmanship, but why are you going to stay when you cannot stop what's about to happen? Now, we would have been good except for this level 0, and I am not doing that. So you could be a level 0 Nancy? Hell no. Wow. He wanted to be a level 0 Nancy. Okay, this is gonna suck, you guys. We're gonna do another 3-minute penalty. First and foremost, anytime you see somebody with a name like this, block them. It's a cheater. Before we even go into the match, you're getting your report right now, and I'm out. And you guys are getting it because you're with him. Have a good day. Roxy, I'm sorry, honey. Go gain some levels and then come back. It really sucks that this is how you have to play the game, man. It really does. Now, let's put it this way. I just took that 3-minute penalty, right? This 3-minute penalty is going to be over faster than if I would have sat in that match and waited for another family member. And if you've been watching the stream tonight, you know that to be true. It's sad. So yeah, for those of you who have seen this game in the past, this seems like a completely different game, doesn't it? Now, it seems like the victims aren't even scared of the family members. The victims are fighting and grappling and winning all the time. Like it doesn't look like it did back in the day, does it? Now it looks like it's the victims who are the killers and the family members are the ones who are weak and are on the struggle bus. This is why a lot of people have left family side and aren't playing anymore. And it's sad to see. And they can fix this. It's just they need to give people incentive to want. Like, I feel that if they just fix Danny, we'd be good. And quit making victims with all these obscene powers, because Virginia has it too. And I didn't talk about her. She's the new victim that got added after Danny. And she was supposed to come with the new family member. But when they were supposed to release together, the new family member wasn't ready. The new family member didn't even have a face, as they put it. Now, why they decided to go ahead and release her without the family member is beyond me. But Virginia is, the way her story works, Danny's story is that he is Maria, which is Anna's sister. That's Maria's boyfriend. He actually went out and started the search first, before Anna and her friends did. And he went out solo. And his solo adventure leads him to Nancy's house, where once Nancy finds out who he's looking for, well, that's how he gets jumped and jacked. Meanwhile, these guys come across the family house, and that's how they get jumped and jacked. This one, Virginia has nothing to do with any of these people or their situation. She is looking for her missing son named Jesse. Her search led her to one of the family's properties, and that's how she got jumped and catched. Now, this one is a nurse, and her main ability is that she throws poison at you. So she's like Sissy, and the bad news is that she has poison, and her poison is better than Sissy's and Nancy's. And her poison basically clouds your vision. So that's that blue junk that you saw me going through earlier. She throws that. And you can make that poison do one of three things. By default, just by setup, you can make it to where it drains blood from the family member as long as they're in it. You can also make it to where on top of that draining blood, you can make it to where it drains more blood, to where it can drain your entire blood vial. She can also make it to where if you stand in the cloud, you gain back health. She can also make it to where now all of these are different options that you could choose for this cloud. The blood loss option is one that you can always have. You can just amplify that one. So you've always got that on top of being able to do the other two things. Then the third thing is that her poison cloud can take away your stamina. So if you stay in it, it'll drain your stamina and it'll leave you stuck in the I'm out of stamina pose, and you'll get stun locked in that until the cloud is over with. Cloud duration is 15 seconds. So that's what makes her strong. Then she's got her own individual perks, which make her pretty good, along with him. So what family is saying is, how do you get two awesome victims, but when it comes to the family side, you got a lackluster representative of that, because nothing you've seen about Nancy is overpowered today. And then when the next family member comes out, everybody's scared that it's going to be like Nancy. Now, Nancy, when she first came out, did have a little bit more to her. Her poison used to actually last a lot longer. And that was to compensate for the fact that she was slow. She also had an ability called Wait a Minute. She still has it, but Wait a Minute used to mean that when you get hit by one of her traps or you walk into one of her traps, you have to wait 20 seconds before you could take it off at rank 3. So that means you had to run around with that thing on. Now, you saw people running around with that thing on earlier today. I suspect that might have been a cheater, because you can't move that well with a trap on your leg. It'll always interfere. But what Wait a Minute used to do was make it to where it was a long time before you could even remove the trap. And that used to give her, because she's slow, the ability to catch up to the person and do damage. Well, they felt that, giving her the ability to compensate for her weakness was wrong. So then they nerfed her poison claws. Her poison claws used to last at max 18 seconds. Now it lasts 8 seconds. Wait a Minute used to last 20 seconds at max. Now it lasts 8 seconds at max. So yeah. Now, nobody was playing Nancy, just like you haven't seen a whole lot of Nancy tonight. Nobody was playing her, and nobody was complaining that she was overpowered. They just decided to nerf her for no reason. It's not like she was high grade tier to begin with. So yeah, this is why you don't have a lot of people playing Family right now, because Family is feeling pretty jaded over the fact that you've given the victim side 2 very powerful victims, and you've given the family side nothing but nerfs. You gave them what was potentially a good killer, but then you turned around and nerfed it for no reason. You took away the things that helped benefit her because of the fact that she's slow. So yeah. Now I'm pretty sure you guys are all saying, why in the world do you still play this game, man? Because I hold out hope that maybe one of these days they'll turn things around. Like, this game was in a good place at first, but then, as it seems to be with all of these ASYMs, the killer role winds up turning into the punk role, and the victims wind up turning into the powerhouses. I have yet to see an ASYM that does not go that way, or hasn't gone that way. Because all of them that have come out so far, from Friday the 13th to Dead by Daylight, even to the newest Killer Clowns, which it's brand new, so it hasn't gone that way yet. But from Dead by Daylight to Friday the 13th, all the way to this, the killer started out bomb and boss. By the end of it, they were wusses, and the victims were the power.
Continues in Muerto County for a missing University
Don't know
of
why it
Texas
goes that
student.
way.
The sheriff's department says Maria Flores, a native of Uvalde, was last seen near the town of Newt. Her vehicle was recently discovered abandoned, with officials reporting no signs of foul play. Authorities are hopeful that the expanded search in nearby communities of Harlow and Chinatown will unearth new leads. Family and friends are...
Oh, will you look at that? I didn't know we had visitors. It didn't have to be this way, you know? You just had to come looking for that floozy of yours, didn't you?
Here we go. we
In
want to
case
get
you
rid
was
of
thinking
all
of
these
doing
doors.
so, I'd stay out of my secret room and...
We want all these gone. And then we want to run over here and latch that so that they have to interact with that. All right, power blast.
They couldn't have gone too far.
All right, we got Leland heading my way. There you go. I didn't even have to tell you guys. They got him. Oh, they got him. He must have thought this was going to be the easy way out. He didn't know you got Mindbender Nan on here. Mind Widow Spec. I just wish this wasn't here, dude. There is a setup where you don't get that.
I'll find you. I promise.
I'm gonna go ahead and let them know that.
Don't you think I know what you come here looking for?
Let's go check our gates. Nope. No dice. Anyone trying to be slick over here? Nope, no dice. Time for another
I
mind
know
blast.
they're here. Somewhere.
See, he got a hold of her real fast. And that's what Nancy does. If you're gonna play Nancy, you have got to be ready to give intel. Because that's what her power is, and that's what she does. And she's best when she's controlling like a small area like this. She's not meant to be out in big areas like Johnny. Johnny is more of a pursuer when you're in big areas. Whereas she's a pursuer, a better pursuer when you're in smaller areas. In fact, anybody who plays will tell you. Got her.
Now where did you
I even got to see it. Haha. And as you guys can see, my power builds back up so fast. See that stamina? Now watch it. Watch
My
it
Harold
recharge.
always said, if you can't do something right, don't do it at all.
Back
now
to
come
action.
get your punishment.
And now, we've got one more I can pull from here.
This ought to stop him.
Jenny in basement. And it's a shame that our cook is not using his ear. You'd be surprised at how many cooks do not know how to use that efficiently. Hello, face. We're gonna go ahead and save that last herb for later. Let's go get some points. Now, right about now, if I would have been rolling with my pins and needles spec, what I would have been doing right now while I'm guarding this area is I would have been checking my traps and I would have been seeing if I could spawn more. Alrighty, so they're both chilling in the basement because there's been a delay on feeding Grandpa. So fortunately, because all of my gates are still locked, I'm gathering up enough blood so that I can make a quick jet to Grandpa and not leave my stuff open. And then by the time we feed him, gonna take a quick check. That's what that fired up will give you, man. And remember, this is with 15 stamina. The lowest stamina that you can have. This is how you kick tail with it. You just watch your stamina as you go. And then you remember that when you take swings, make sure you only take a couple. Please don't feed Grandpa face. Aye. Well, that's a good thing. Watch that back gate, buddy. Hold on. Mindgasm. Hello, Connie.
Oh, don't.
She's going down.
Now look what you've gotten yourself into.
Told you she was there. See, Cook just caught her. He's using his ear. I'm gonna back that ear up.
I always did like you. You ever hear the saying, murder starts in the heart? I think he likes that girl.
All right, Face, what
I'm
you
gonna
got?
need you to find those kids right quick, okay? You can do this.
I love that. I'm gonna need you to find those kids right quick. See, like all of that is helping people know what she's up to. Now that I know that she's there, I don't have to go to the back.
Running around is getting a little tiresome now.
I can start snatching up blood in this area.
Well, look at that. Somebody's not doing so good.
Yeah, we just caught her. Another sissy table, which means I can activate my powers to go faster. And since I know she cannot get over
Things
there.
in this house I just can't let you see, darling.
Alright, we're gonna go hit our gates so I can go hit these last 2 blood buckets over here.
I am a suitable mother. Don't you judge me.
Uh-huh. Let him know. Whoops, I went the wrong way. Power up. Now, see, the only thing is that you will treat her if you have low
Just
stamina.
come on out now. Ain't no use in delaying things.
You'll treat her as if you have big swings, which is a perk that you can get that literally makes it to where you use an obscene amount of stamina to swing. So if you're gonna run with that 15 stam, you always have to remember that you're gonna be taking 2 swings. You're gonna run 1, 2, rest, take 2 more, rest. So yeah, that's what you do with that. And guess what? It's time for another mind blast. I can see you. Good. That's exactly where I needed to know where you were, dear. Unfortunately, this means I'm not gonna be able to feed Grandpa. She's down here. Downtown. Let's be sure. Okay, no, she's not here. So she can only be down there if she opened that gate. And we're about to piss her off big time. Handle that, cook. I'm gonna slow her down. Now my cook is on that. He caught her tripping without her luggage. And we're gonna get Grandpa up to 5. Just so you know what's up. The hunt is over. Good game, guys. We did real good. So as you guys can see, that's what you do with that build. I feel that that's actually one of Nancy's 2 strongest builds. Actually, I feel like it's her strongest build. Simply because, my goodness, man, you are just pulling intel all the time, all the time, all the time. You're able to see where the victims are. Bam. 45 seconds, every 45 seconds. And then if you go and get some of Sissy's herbs, then that lessens it from that 45 seconds. And you see how vital that ability is, just to keep tabs on people and to be able to say things. And then with a cook on top of that with his ear, you can see how deadly that combination is. I love that spec. I love this spec because it is, and let's look at it while we're talking about it. I love this spec because it literally just provides you could just give so much intel. Like, it's not unusual when you're running this spec to have no kills, but you've told everybody where everyone is and they've gotten all the kills. Like, when you play Nancy and when you play Cook, don't expect to get kills with them. Your objective is to spot people and tell the people who actually can chase where they are. Intel and communication is one of the most important things for being on the family side. Not so much on victims. In fact, you could have a whole group of victims who are not a team and don't give a care about each other. And the victims can all play separately and be just fine. But family cannot play that way. They have to play as a singular unit and work together. Or else, as you guys saw earlier today, when folks weren't working together and we weren't being a team because people didn't want to listen, or people were new and didn't know how to listen, you can see how it goes downhill real fast. But when you got a team that listens and is watching and everybody is together, you can see just how good family is. And that's the difference between family and victims. You need that communication and you need that unity in order to do well on family, whereas you don't need that on victims. But hopefully you all enjoyed this. I wanted to show you her because a lot of people are not playing her right now because a lot of people really think she sucks. And even though she did get nerfed, which was unjustified, they should have left her alone, you can see that potential. Like, this is my favorite spec with her. And you can tell why, because I love being able to give that intel on where people are. And if I happen to catch you while this is up, then that's 15% more damage to my 25 damage that I'm doing to you. So guess what? That bumps me up to close to 30 damage a swing. Even with 2 swings, and I just have to wait a little bit before I can move back on you and swing some more, I'm going to be able to take you down pretty darn fast. But hopefully this has helped anyone who is trying to play Nancy right now and trying to get into Nancy right now. This is what she's all about. She's a pursuer. She's not a chaser. She doesn't go through wall gaps and she doesn't go through crawl spaces. She's an older character, so therefore she just doesn't have that speed to be a chaser. But you can pursue. And you should pursue, but only to a certain point. Just as long as you know that they're away from where you need them to be at. Or force them into somebody else's area. So that's how you play Nancy. You want to make sure that you're using her abilities to the best. And to me, the Mind Widow build is, man, this is where she shines. Like, I really wish that I could drop Fired Up and that I could use, and, you know, that I could take and use Strong Minded. So it would be a full mind build. But like I said, this perk doesn't work. So there's no point in taking it. I'm going to take Fired Up because that's giving me much more benefit than that other perk. Because Fired Up works. So you guys have seen all 3 flavors of Nancy. Which you didn't get to see, unfortunately, is the newest map that came out, which is Nancy's house at night. And they're working on storm physics. And so Nancy's house at night is the beginning of that. And you guys would have heard thunder, you would have saw lightning and everything. But unfortunately, you had one whole person who talked about photosensitivity because, you know, flashing lights, if you have epilepsy, that's gonna make you go into a seizure. And the lightning, you know, it flashes. So since that statement was made, and then they just dropped the newest patch this past Tuesday, the nighttime variant of Nancy's house has not been appearing for anyone. And I really had hoped that you guys could see it, because then I was going to show you my Black Widow outfit and turn her into Black Nancy for real. I like wearing this at night, this during the day. I am not spending money to buy this, so never mind. But yeah, so that's Nancy. That's how you get down with her, and that's how you do business with her. I do like this character. I like this character for what she brings to the party, and if you know how to play as a Nancy, and if you know how to play as Nancy, you are just as vital a part of your team as a Cook is, or as Hitchhiker is, or as Face is, or even as Sissy is. Each member is vital to the family. You just have to figure out where they're vital at. And hopefully I've been able to show you where Nancy shines. She's, like I said, she's a hard mode character. When you pick her, you need to be ready to learn, and you have to be ready to adapt. And you have to remember that you're not a chaser, and that you're not built to be a chaser. There's nothing you can do to help her be a chaser. You can make her be a good pursuer. In fact, you can get her on Johnny level pursuit. But you're gonna take a hit to that savagery. And remember, if you get below 35, you're gonna start doing Hitchhiker and Sissy level damage, which is, as a slow character, that's unacceptable. Like, even with Cook, that's unacceptable. You need to, at least when you get on a person, be able to make your hits count. It's pivotal. So yeah. So that's it, everybody. I hope you enjoyed. I hope this educated you. And I hope you all enjoyed. I'm sorry you guys had to see me ditching matches and everything else, but this is the game. This is the game, and this is reality. You guys got to see some reality tonight. So, yes indeed. So this is going to conclude our visit to Texas. We will be going back to Texas on the 18th of this month to get a hands-on experience with the newest family member, who is ironically named Hands. So we'll see what he's all about. Now, he's called Hands because he's supposed to be the handyman. From what we've seen so far, he's a big character like Face is. So, of course, the last thing we really need is a big lumbering character. We need a fast, quick character who can actually, like chase, if you ask me. But we have yet to see what he can do, and we have yet to see what he's all about. So, on the 18th, when we return to Texas, we shall see. So until then, you all have a good Sunday night. And I am going to be here to help you through your work week. Not live, but with a little something for VOD. All right? Thank you, Michael, for coming through. Happy Sunday to you. Thank you, Old Crow, for coming through. Happy Sunday to you. Thank you, Lurkers, for coming through. Happy Sunday to you. And if this did help you guys understand Nancy a bit more and help you see like what she can and cannot do, go ahead and give that thumbs up. And if you want to see some more of her, I'll bring some more of her. If you guys need a refresher on the others, I can do that too. But for right now, we're booking our next trip to Texas for June 18th. So I'll see you then. Take care.